Good evening. This regular meeting of the Socorro ISD Board of Trustees will come to order. The date is November 15th. The time is 6 p.m. and we've confirmed a quorum. We'll start off with the Pledge of Allegiance. One of our outstanding students from H.D. Hilly Elementary School will lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance tonight. Fifth grader Cade Sandoval has emerged as one of our school's top leaders. The straight A honor roll student is actively involved in many school activities, including cheerleading, Destination Imagination, UIL reading, writing, and the Math Bee. Last year, she received the school's Principals Award for being Hilly's top fourth grade student. Cade continues to seize new opportunities every chance she gets. This fall, her science fair project on music and concentration won first place for her school at the district's elementary science fair. She is also developing an app to prevent cyberbullying and gaming in her school's robotics club. Cade is looking forward to attending Salvador H. Sanchez Middle School next year. She has her sights on becoming a criminologist when she grows up. Good luck, Cade. Please join me in standing for the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, for liberty and justice for all.
Let's give Cade a round of applause, please. Thank you. You may be seated. Continuing with our agenda, Superintendent's comments. Dr. Carmen.
Thank you, President Nahara, members of the board, and also our Socorro ISD community. I'm not sure I can follow that, Kate. Great job tonight. But I do have some personnel introductions to make for some of our new leaders here in SISD. Help me welcome, if you would, please, Ronald Livermore as the new Director of Emergency Management. I'd like to welcome Hector Pettis as the new Assistant Principal of Americas High School. Please help me welcome Jennifer Ham McCullough as the new Assistant Principal of Campestre Elementary School. I would also like to welcome Nancy Ojeda as the new Assistant Principal of El Dorado High School. And our last introduction and welcome, help me welcome Miriam Esparza as the new Assistant Principal of Socorro Middle School. Welcome to all of you. We had a great SISD elementary science fair November 4th at Socorro High School. I'd like to congratulate all the students, including Kate, who participated, showcasing well-researched projects and giving impressive presentations. Thank you to the teachers, judges, and district staff for guiding our students and facilitating the district-wide event. In honor of Veterans Day last Friday, thank you to all veterans and active duty military members. We appreciate your service and sacrifice for each of us, our families, and for our great nation. We have holiday tutoring planned at Options High School next week to give extra support to high school students who will be retesting in English 1 and Algebra. Thank you to the SISD academics team and select high school teachers for their tireless efforts to ensure that our students get the extra help they need, not just to get up to speed, but to excel above and beyond what we know they can achieve. We saw great results from last year's holiday tutoring, so I'm happy we're able to provide it again, and hopefully we'll see excellent scores again on our retests. I'd like to wish everyone a great and well-deserved break next week and a happy, healthy Thanksgiving. I am thankful for everyone at Socorro ISD, and I truly appreciate the great teamwork that we achieve to ensure our students are succeeding in Team SISD. I hope you all enjoy the time off and have a wonderful holiday with families and friends. This concludes my comments.
Thank you, Dr. Carmen. Continuing then, we have board honors. Mr. Escobar.
Good evening, President Nakara, members of the board, and Superintendent Dr. Carmen. My name is Daniel Escobar, the Chief Communications Officer for the district, and it is my pleasure to introduce introduce tonight's recognitions. If you'll all please step down to receive our honorees. Our first recognition honors the winners of the first ever SISD Dia de los Muertos showcase. 9 SISD students won out of nearly 400 submissions in the elementary, middle, and high school divisions. In the altar division, 4 high school teams were chosen for the showcase based on their altar design, and 1 school group won the top prize. The Dia de los Muertos artwork showcased a variety of elements, including calaveras, colorful canvases, and flowers. Congratulations to these artistic students. From William D. Slider Middle School, Ethan Guzman. His teacher is Cindy Martinez. From Sanchez Middle School, Daphne Nunez. Teachers, Lluvia Gonzalez. From Pebble Hills High School, Altar Division winners, Evan Sanchez. Camila Davila. Ivy Montelongo. Joseph Aker. Leah Ford. Paul McQueen. Celine Ibarra. Jimena Para Salgado. And their teachers, Ivan Ortega and Bianca Sanchez. If we can have you all back to the front for a photo, please, with our superintendent and board. And just a quick note, as they're gathering for that photo, that all the photos taken by our district photographer, Mr. Largo, are posted on our district website. There is a camera icon, which will take you to our Smug Mug page. The photos are available there for free high-resolution download. Parents also are welcome to come up and take their portraits here as well. Keep smiling, keep smiling. Congratulations once again. Next, we will recognize 2 students who qualified and competed at the 2023 UIL 6A State Cross Country Championships. Both students proudly represented their schools, the district, and the region at the state meet and demonstrated incredible athletic talent throughout the season. Congratulations to these amazing athletes. They are from America's High School, Diego Romero. His coaches are Victor Ruiz, and Ken Lucero. From Pebble Hills High School, Mark Barajas. And his coach, Bashar Ibrahim. Gentlemen, if we can have you back to the front, please, for a photo. Keep smiling, looking straight ahead. Congratulations once again. Our next recognition honors a high school volleyball team for winning 2023 UIL 6A by district and area championships. The team ranked 17th in the state and earned the first area championship for volleyball in the school's history. Several players received individual accolades, including District 16A Outside Hitter of the Year, First District Outside Hitter, First Team All-District Setter, and First Team All-District Libero. Congratulations to these outstanding athletes from Eastlake High School. Haley Atiano, Addison Carrillo, Gia Gonzalez, Jenna Gandara, Caitlin Salgado, Vanessa Nieves, Alexis Briseño, Victoria Serrano, Jolene Coley, Skylar White, Mia Carrasco, Ceci Bustamante. Their coaches are Joseph Testerman, Stephanie Prieto, and they're led by head coach Roel de Anda. If we can have you all back to the front for the photo, please. Congratulations once again. Next, we recognize an outstanding SISD educator for being named a 2023 Lone Star School Counselor of the Year finalist. This elementary school counselor is in her 6th year as a school counselor, and she strives to make a difference in every child's life. She was among 4 finalists across the state for the award that recognizes outstanding school counselors who serve as advocates for Texas students and ensure their success. Congratulations to Zulema Zuniga from Sergeant Roberto Ituarte Elementary. If you can turn right back around to take a quick photo with our trustees, please. Congratulations again. Our next recognition honors 8 SISD school counseling teams for earning the 2023 Lone Star State School Counselor Association Award. The elementary, middle, and high school counseling teams made up more than half of the 11 counseling programs recognized by the state association. The Prominent Award honors counseling programs for their excellent work in providing the best comprehensive school counseling programs for all students. The LSSSCA Progressive Award System includes bronze, silver, and gold levels. Congratulations to these dedicated educators. Awarded in the bronze category from H.D. Hilly Elementary, Carmen Bibon. From Sunridge Middle School, Ivan Padilla. And Gloria Herrera. From Pebble Hills High School, Alma Dominguez Barrios. Gustavo Alvarado. Patricia Anchondo Nash. Angelica Quintana. Manny Pacias. Zulema Dickerson. Tommy Carranza. Corin Lara. And Ida Vasquez. From Paso Norte Fine Arts Academy, Rebecca Estrada. Awarded in the silver division from Myrtle Cooper Elementary, Belinda Calderon. And Frank Alvarez. From Sanchez Middle School, Rosie Ortiz. And Elizabeth Nunez Quintana. Programs that are awarded the Gold Award from Puentes Middle School, Joe Jennifer Chabre. Annette Monsiváis from Montwood High School. As well as Angie Aldaña from Puentes Middle School. From Montwood High School again, Annette Monsiváis, Olga Flores, Olivia Wright, Melissa Escobar, Alma Alvarez, Rebecca Montoya, Priscilla Alderete, and JP Garcia. If we can have you all back up to the front, please, for a photo. Dominic, yes. Jacqueline, Rosales, Angel, Stephanie. So just put them. Couple more. Keep smiling, almost there. Congratulations once again. Next, we will recognize and thank the SISD Foundation Excellence in Education Board of Directors for raising more than $1 million in scholarship funds. This milestone was achieved at the 16th Annual Golf Tournament in October, which raised $179,000 this year alone. The foundation provides scholarships to SISD graduating seniors every year. Since its inception, the foundation has provided 536 scholarships to deserving students. Scholarships are made possible through the district's annual golf tournament and employee and community contributions. Congratulations to these dedicated foundation board directors. Representing the board today, Roxanne Bush, George Cordova, Paul Garcia, Hank Green, Ray Gomez, Esther McCarthy, and Foundation Vice President Steve Hambrick. If we can have you all back to the front, please. Yeah, no parents today, no parents for this. Congratulations and thank you again for all you do. For our final recognition, we honor a high school marching band for advancing to the 2023 UIL 6A State Marching Band Championship. The marching band competed against 43 high school marching bands across Texas at the Alamo Dome October 30th in San Antonio. They had an amazing marching season, showcasing great talent on the field at all of their performances. Congratulations to the outstanding Pebble Hills High School Marching Band. For this recognition, we'll have all the students and their directors head out to the staircase where we'll take our group photo there of the entire band, all those who were able to join us. And we'll begin with the state qualifying Spartans, the assistant band directors. Maria Carvajal, Aaron Lozoya, David Miranda, and Cecil Crabtree. Our student members of the band, Madeline Friday, Ethan Martinez, Christopher Price, Amaya Solis, Jay Torres, Connor Baxter, Samantha Blakemore, Anthony Canales, Alyssa Garcia, Eliana Garcia, Ana Navarro, Ashley Nunez, Elijah Rodriguez, Leonelis Santiago Rivera, Olivia Sasser, Alejandra Villalobos, Paola Bull, Madison Hargrove, and Paola Bull, Emma Campos, Sofia Cedillo, Savannah de la Cruz, Ayana Fairley, Daniel Gordea, Selma Guerra, Camila Kelly, Zaira Martinez, Joseph Melver, Patricia Mullins, Lilian Perez, Alyssa Pineda, Anaí Porras, Adrian Renteria, Noeli Reyes, Brianna Rojero, Savannah Stokes, Ruth Thapar, Melissa Thornell, Alondra Torres, Isabel Valenzuela, Melanie Vasquez, Evelyn Nevares, Madeline Osata, Lily Villasana, Samara Gonzalez, Zoe Herrera, Dove Remfer, Jamel Sanchez, Julia Campos, Abel Griego, Mireya Krebs, Sofia Sierra, Alaya Aleman, Marilis Alvarado, Catherine Conchola, Jessica Castillo Alvarado, Alize Chavez, Zarela Cuello, Abigail Costa, Andrea Flores, Marisol Garcia, Emily Gonzalez, Valeria Hernandez, Brooklyn Hargrove, Venus Pham, Stephen Philip Melendez, Isabel Ponce, Sebastian Purinton, Caitlin Dresa, Mateo Ruiz, Alaya Sharp, Lillian Tellez, Chloe Varela, Esteban Anguiano, Andrew Blay, Ruby Mesa, Christian Osorio, Imelda Del Toro, Evan Bray, Giovanni Olvera, Mia Camacho, Julio Duarte, Timothy Gerhardt, Nubia Gesahen, Diana Gonzalez, Hetzel Gutierrez, Anthony Johnson, Adam Martinez, Diego Parra, Carlos Patino, David Reed, Braden Rich, Jesus Rosas, Devin Tavares, Christopher Vidalis, Michelle Vidalis, Fernando Vieira, Micah Webb Dukes, Jared Zamora, Justin Waters, Jasmine Armendariz, Diego Paltier, Emily Delgado, Javon Elrod, Abriel Garcia, Raimundo Briones, Suri Garcia, Alejandro Ramos, Jaden Torres, Iris Vidalis, Aaron Aguirre, Rafael Romero, Zachary Becker, Skylar Hooper, Noah Bejarano, Julian Chavez, Adrian Montoya, Divya Reed, Damian Behrens, Bailey Cole, Alejandro Delgado, Devin Esparza, Nathan Hernandez Cruz, Angel Jimenez, Kason Kelly, Aaron Lopez, Elias Lopez, DNA Mayorga, Nayeli Molina Gordials, Brandon Sainz, David Villarreal, Benjamin Zumwait, Manuel Chaides, Naelia Mendoza, Gael Para, Wilfredo Pumarejo, Ricardo Mancia, Dominic Alfaro, Brianna Baez, Jacqueline Rosales, Angel Stephanie, and head band director Maximo Sierra. Great job, sir. And just a quick note, how impressive it was for the parents to clap all the way through for every single student. So Dr. Carmen, trustees, if you'll join the band, they're outside. We'll wait a minute as well. Parents, if you want to join them out there for that photo, you're welcome to as well.
Yeah, I think everybody's back. Now, wasn't that amazing? That was an extremely large group, but it was great to see. Moving on then.
Excuse me, Michael, can I make a comment real quick? I'd like to thank the FSISD Foundation left, and it's very appreciative to help offset the cost of college for these people. I think it's also important that, and I looked on their website, but I didn't find the contributors to that fund, people who donated, the individuals, contractors. Can we get their information on it so we can see that? Because I mean, they should be recognized too, and I didn't see it on the website. I looked through all of it. Can you do that? Get the information, especially like the golf tournament.
Correct. We'll get in touch with the foundation leadership and work with them to post that information or share that information to recognize those individuals.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so we'll continue then with item number 6, public hearing. The Financial Integrity Rating System of Texas. Ms. Perez.
Good evening, President Nájera, members of the board, and Dr. Carmen. I am so sorry to be following that. That is tough. So we will be discussing our Financial Integrity Rating System of Texas, our first report. Just to go over a couple of key points, it is required by the 76 legislation, and there are a few the criteria is that we have 22-23 ratings based on 2022 data. So as soon as we get done with an annual audit, then it gets sent to the first reporters, and they come up with all of their formulas, and then we get that sent in either September, October, and it's finalized in November. There are 20 total indicators. 5 of them are critical. Of those critical ones, if any of them fail, you have it's an F. There are other indicators measured on a 5 or 10-point score. And then one that it doesn't talk about is that there are ceilings on some of these. And so the ceilings say if you pass it, you might get up to this amount. But if you fail it, no, excuse me. If you pass it, you pass it. That's a great thing. But if you fail it, you can only get up to X amount of points. And I'll discuss those once we get there. The rating scale, A is 90 through 100. B is 80 through 89. C is 70 through 79. And an F is anything less than a failing of 70, excuse me. Socorro ISD for the 22-23 based off of the 22 fiscal year has 96 points for an A, superior achievement, and it's something to be very, very proud of. I don't hear clapping. I'm just kidding. So I'm going to go over the critical indicators. I won't go into depth on any of these because for the most part, this is a very good report. The ones that have less points than the max points, we will talk about. These critical indicators, numbers 1 through 5, if any of these were failed, this would be a complete F on this report. So was the annual financial report filed within 30 days by November 27th or the January 28th, depending on your fiscal year? That was a pass. Was there an unqualified opinion, which means was it clean? This was passed. Was the school district in compliance with the payment terms of all debt agreements for the fiscal year? So did we make our debt payments on time? Yes, we did. Number 4, did the school district make timely payments to TRS, Texas Workforce, IRS, and other governmental agencies? Yes, we did. And that one is a ceiling passed. If we failed this one, the most we would be able to get on this overall score would be a 95. These are not critical indicators, these are solvency indicators, and just to give you an idea of what that means statewide, these are ratios that they're able to allocate to these school districts so that we are comparing ourselves apples to apples with other school districts. It's hard to compare when we have higher revenue or we have to give money back with recapture, or if they have low income. And so this is a level playing field. It does not indicate that we are in compliance with anything in particular. That is the financial audit. So this is just an apples to apples to the rest of the Texas schools. So number 6 was the average unassigned and assigned fund balances over the last 3 years, less than 25% decreased. That ceiling passed by, we had 0.69 decrease. And if we had failed that one, the highest we could get would be an 89. Number 7 was the number of days of cash on hand and current investments in the general fund sufficient to cover operational expenditures. We had 108.5 days. And as you can see on the bottom, 90 plus is 10 points. Number 8 was the measure of current assets to current liabilities ratio sufficient to cover short-term debt. We had 3.1937 points, and that would be on the 10. And I would love to tell you exactly what they used to come up with that, but like even I have a hard time understanding those. Number 9, did the school district's general fund revenues equal or exceed expenditures? And if not, was the school district's number of days of cash on hand greater or equal to 60 days? We had 108.5, so that would be 10 points. Number 10, did the school district average less than a 10% variance when comparing budget revenues to actual revenues for the last 3 years? That was not scored. This one was one of those that it would be hard to include that with a COVID year. That was far too much of a variable, so TEA decided that we would not be scoring that one, but they still gave the 10 points. Number 11 was the ratio of long-term liabilities to total assets sufficient to support the long-term solvency. That one, we had a 0.6288. Prior year, we had a 0.6497, and that falls within the 8, but on the good side, we are lowering that amount, which is a little bit closer towards the 10 points. So we do see good progress on that one indicator. Number 12 was the debt per $100 of assessed property value sufficient to support future debt payments. We had 5.2544. Prior year was 5.7459, and that was on the 8 points. But again, that one does have, That one, yes, it has a lower amount than the previous year, so that one is working towards a better score on that one as well. Number 13 was the school district's administrative cost ratio equal or less to than the threshold. And the threshold was 0.0855, and we were at 0.0532. Number 14, did the school district not have a 15% decline in the student to staff ratio over the last 3 years? This indicator was also not evaluated because of the COVID slide. But they still gave us 10 points. Number 15 was the school district's ADA, average daily attendance within the allotted range of the district's biennial pupil projection submitted to TEA. This indicator was not evaluated because of the ADA and COVID, but they still give us 5 points. Number 16, did the comparison of PEIMS data to like information in the district's annual report result in a total variance of less than 3%? That variance was less than 3%, so that was the ceiling passed. If we had not passed that one, the most we could get is an 89. Number 17 was the external audit report, free of any instances of material weaknesses. That ceiling was passed as well. We did not have any material weaknesses. And if we had not passed that ceiling, the most we could have gotten was a 79, which is a C. Number 18 was the external audit report, free of any instances of material noncompliance. And yes, it was free, so it was 10 points on that indicator. Number 19, did the school district post the required financial information on the website based off of TEC codes, Texas Administrative Code, and other statutes? That is a yes. Number 20, did the school board members discuss the district's property values at a board meeting within 120 days before the district adopted its budget? Yes, we discussed that in June. So that ceiling passed. If we had not done that, the most we would get is an 89. And then lastly, we have some disclosures and notes to the report. First of all, one of the requirements is that the superintendent's contract either be presented at this meeting or it be continuously posted online for a consecutive year, which it has been, so his contract is available on the district website. We have superintendent board member travel reimbursements and other information for that fiscal year available also on the first annual management report section of the financial services website. That is another requirement. And in those requirements, we also have some disclosures that were not applicable to Socorro ISD, and that was any outside compensation received by the superintendent or for professional consulting. There weren't any gifts received by the superintendent or board members to report, and there were 0 business transactions between the school board and school district. And I would open it up for any questions, and since this is a public hearing, we are required to open it up to the public, so I'm more than ready to answer any questions you may have.
Anybody have any questions?
Yes.
Rhoda?
Did we conduct this and send this information to TA or?
This is an annual report that is done, so as soon as the annual audit is complete, we submit that to TEA, and then TEA takes these numbers and fills it in with their calculations, and then they send it back to us. This is a required one, an annually required.
But who does, so there's another firm that does the audit for
That's
us?
correct, yes. This is
Which firm
done-
is that?
That would be Gibson,
They'll be
Okay.
presenting later in the agenda.
and that is aside from this one entirely, completely separate.
I have, because there's some, I looked at that packet, and on that, and compared to what was described about the 75 days, they contradict each other.
Yes, it does contradict because this is based off of last year's audit, so 2022's audit. So as soon as
The
that
one you're
audit,
going over is based off of, or the audit that Gibson did is going off last year.
no, sir. The audit that Gibson is doing is based off of July 1st, 2022 through 2023. The one that this is based off of is 2021 through 2022.
Okay,
So it's always 1.5 years behind.
got it, thank you.
Yes, sir.
More questions? All right, then this being a public hearing, do we have anyone from the audience? No? Okay. Thank you, Ms. Perez. Okay, moving on to open forum. Each person who signed up was provided a copy of the open forum basic rules and advised when they signed up that policy BED applies to the process. Please respect the process. During your presentation, we will proceed to open forum. Our first speaker is Alfredo Agüero.
Buenas tardes. Nuevamente quiero pedir si hay traductor para hacerlo de español a inglés.
Mr. Agüero, although you've demonstrated the ability to speak in English, and only in those instances where someone cannot speak in English to the board, are we required to provide a translator. However, the district has moved forward with purchasing translation software, which will automatically translate. As soon as the control room lets me know that we're ready to go, you can go ahead and speak in your language of choice, sir, and the translation will appear on the screen.
Tengo traducido al inglés lo que voy a leer en español para que
Mr.
lo
Agüero,
entiendan. Se lo puedo
es
entregar. Se lo puedo enseñar al señor,
No, sir, it's going to be
Carmen,
translated
señor
on our screens
Castellano.
too.
a los que no hablan español. ¿Lo puedo
You
hacer
will
o no?
speak in Spanish, sir, and it will be translated on our screens and on the public screens. So it will automatically be translated.
¿No lo necesita, señor Castellano, en inglés?
He's going to hand out some papers.
Yeah.
We've had other speakers hand out documents before.
I got an extra one, yes, in case somebody wants one.
Okay, as a reminder, it will appear, the translation will appear on our screens and on the public screen and the public broadcast too. Control room has told me that we're ready to go. Your time starts now, sir.
Ok, buenas tardes a todos. Primeramente quiero leer el Código de Gobierno 551007, la ley que gobierna a las reuniones públicas, ya que el señor Nájera en la reunión pasada de octubre 18 solo leyó la parte que él le convino leer de este código. Código de Gobierno 551007, testimonio público. Letra D. Esta subsección se aplica solo si un organismo gubernamental no utiliza equipo de traducción simultánea de una manera que le permita escuchar el testimonio público traducido simultáneamente. Una regla adoptada bajo la subsección C que limita la cantidad de tiempo a un miembro del público puede dirigirse al organismo gubernamental, debe disponer que un miembro del público que se dirige al organismo a través de un traductor debe recibir al menos doble el tiempo como un miembro del público que no requiere la asistencia de un traductor para garantizar que las personas que no hablan inglés reciban la misma oportunidad de dirigirse al organismo. Yo claramente le dije a los miembros de esta mesa que la razón de pedir traducción al inglés a mis comentarios es porque muchas personas de la comunidad no hablan ni entienden inglés y se sienten discriminadas e intimidadas al venir a dar sus quejas en español ante miembros de la mesa directiva que no entienden lo que se habla porque no entienden español. Esto también es una violación de los derechos de libertad de expresión que están escritos en la primera enmienda de la Declaración de Derechos. Aquí un ejemplo. La Constitución de los Estados protege, según la Corte Suprema en Stanley versus Georgia en 1969, el derecho a recibir información e ideas independientemente de su valor social y a estar en general libre de instrucción gubernamentales en la privacidad y el control de sus pensamientos. Como afirmó el tribunal en Stanley, si la primera enmienda significa algo, significa que en un estado no tiene derecho a decirle a un hombre sentado solo en su propia casa qué libro puede leer o qué película puede ver. Toda nuestra herencia constitucional se revela ante la idea de darle al gobierno el poder de controlar las mentes de los hombres. Por lo tanto, esto quiere decir que nadie puede forzar a nadie a hablar en cierto idioma como el señor Nájera pretende hacerlo con mi persona. Cada persona lo hará en el idioma que uno mejor puede expresar sus ideas. Hago la aclaración que en Estados Unidos no existe ningún idioma oficial. Lo siguiente lo tomo de la Ley de California, Código de Gobierno 59950. La intención de la ley es una de sus acciones se toman abiertamente y que sus deliberaciones se lleven a cabo abiertamente. El pueblo de este estado no cede su soberanía a los organismos que le sirven. El pueblo, al delegar autoridad, no da a sus servidores públicos el derecho de decidir qué es bueno que el pueblo sepa y qué no es bueno que sepa. El pueblo insiste en mantener informado para poder conceder el control sobre los instrumentos que ha creado. Pienso que este código debería estar escrito en todos los estados de los Estados Unidos, porque esto aplica a la manera en que llevaron a cabo el artículo 9, letra I, presentado por el señor Roberto Castellanos de la Agenda de octubre 18. Y es porque el artículo 9I estaba para tratarse en sesión abierta y el abogado del distrito, el señor Blanco, decidió llevarlo a sesión cerrada sin que nadie se opusiera.
Mr. Arguero, your time's up, sir.
Quiero nomás felicitar a la doctora Jensen por la información que se dio en el taller de educación especial de octubre 26. Cuando se hacen las cosas bien, se tiene que reconocer. Gracias, señora Jensen, por lo que está haciendo y espero que continuemos así. Gracias.
Thank you, Mr. Arguero. Our next speaker, Ms. Veronica Hernandez, please.
Thank you. Good evening, President Nájera, Dr. Carmen, members of the board. I'm Veronica Hernandez, the proud president of the Socorro American Federation of Teachers. This November 8th, 2023, Socorro AFT celebrated our 15th anniversary of representing employees of SISD. On behalf of our 2,000+ members, we want to take this opportunity to thank all our present and past school board members, superintendents, our central and campus administration for working with us during this 15 years. Together, we've built an outstanding district thus far. We've given out to our community, given out 250,000 books plus. We've worked with vaccination clinics during the pandemic. We've worked with the Walk of Success, trying to get our students back to their district. We've done advocacy campaigns of trying to keep charter schools and bringing back our students to our schools. We've worked with previous bond elections. We've done partnerships with military families, Hispanic literacy, bringing motivational speakers to our schools. We've worked Halloween festivals, school board elections, etc., and many more. And yes, at a grievance here or there. But all in all, I'd say we've had a very amicable and productive coalition with SISD, and we look forward to working with you for many, many more years of collaboration and continuing to make ISD a top-notch district. Thank you all.
Thank you, Ms. Hernandez. Our next speaker, Corey Song, please.
Hi, good evening. I'm speaking here this evening because we have had some recent changes to our special education department. Some hopeful, and I want to put them in context. Since the start of the school year, our clerical staff were taken from campuses and their duties were given to diagnosticians and speech therapists who were already overextended. So diagnosticians and speech therapists came together to make it known how these reductions have had a negative impact on the quality of services for our children. It seems that some of our words have been heard, as recently our leadership has reintroduced bed clerks to the department. However, not so simply. In past years, bed clerks were assigned to two campuses generally. They would spend half of their week serving one campus and then go spend the rest of their week serving a second campus. Now, newly assigned sped clerks, just like this last week, for example, they'll be spending generally half a day at each campus and then spending the second half of each day at another campus, rinse and repeat throughout the week. Some clerks may be serving as many as 10 campuses a week. Obviously, this is not the same thing as having our clerks back, as it was last year. What clerks did in 2.5 days must now be done in 3.5 hours. What was completed in half a week must now be completed in half a day. What would have been done by 5 different sped clerks is now completed by 1. This will put an unreasonable strain on our sped clerks, as great as they are. And now, I feel it's going to threaten them with the same burden and compliance risks that diagnosticians and speech therapists have faced so far this year. Not to be unfair, this is a step in the right direction. However, it's a half measure. It's not enough. We've made our voices heard, of course, and we've met with some success, having clerks reintroduced. However, we have not yet seen a net positive outcome compared to where we were last year. We have not even broken even. We need more clerks. We still have no plan to cap caseload sizes. We have seen some effort to attract applicants from outside the region, but we have not seen enough incentivization yet to get those from within the region to come to our district. And we have not seen enough yet incentivization for, some of those, I meant to say those within the region to come to our district. We want to get some of those from other districts. And then we also want to see enough incentivization for those within our district to stay and to stay contently. Today, we'll see a plan of action from our administration to address what's going on and the growing unrest within the department. I hope we'll see more clerks. I hope we'll see more incentives. I hope we'll see caps for caseloads. And I hope that we'll see some concrete plans in order to limit the burnout and to allow us to focus on quality. If not, we have more work ahead of us. And I also wanted to say happy holidays. I know that this is my favorite time of year because of family, and that's always why we're here. And I just wanted to say happy holidays to you guys as well and my administration. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Song. We do have one more speaker. However, that speaker has signed up to speak to an agenda item, so I will call that speaker up when we reach that agenda item, okay? We'll continue with district reports. We start with 8A, District-Wide Intruder Detection Audit Report Findings. Mr. Nunn and Mr. Livermore. Good evening.
Good evening, Mr. Nahara, Dr. Carmen, and members of the board. The top priority of the Socorro Independent School District and the state of Texas is keeping students and staff safe every day. The Texas School Safety Center recently conducted an intruder detection audit at one or more of our campuses. The audits test whether a campus is accessible to an unauthorized individual. This audit, conducted as part of Governor Abbott's school safety directives for all school systems following the tragedy in Uvalde, seeks to help districts identify how campuses can improve safety measures for students, such as ensuring exterior doors are locked. The audit provides us with an opportunity to create a safer learning environment for our students and staff. We are working closely with our district school safety and security committee to ensure that we are training all staff and securing our doors for the protection of everyone at our campuses. The support from the state in conducting the intruder detection audits through Region 19 is just one of the many actions we are taking to ensure our students are safe. We know that this work does not end, and we appreciate the board's support. We acknowledge that parents and community members are likely very interested in the details of the audit results. However, it is in the best interest of the students that we do not share this information to the broader public, as it could lead to compromising important campus security information. Specific details of the intruder detection audit will be discussed in executive session. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Nunn. Moving on to item B, report on student information, enterprise resource planning implementation. Vamos.
Good evening, President Nájera, members of the board, Dr. Carmen. I'm here this evening to present a brief update on the Skyward SIS and ERP implementation. As you're aware, in February, you approved the request that we made to switch over to a new student information and business platform and we selected Skyward. We began that transition on the student side. Our intent was to go live in July, and we did. So on the screen in front of you, you'll see a timeline of those applications that went live on the SIS side. We launched in June and July, scheduling, registration, gradebook, and attendance. Discipline grading and special program coding was conducted in August. In October, we began the academic history translation, information transfer over. And we involved our campus staff as well. Our counselors were involved in that process. They helped in the verification, and we're in the midst of that verification phase at this point. Beginning this month, we are working toward the transfer of information for graduation plans and endorsements. And then next month, we'll look closely at transferring all of that historical data, specifically discipline data, into the Skyward from Tyler Muniz. The attachments, you'll see that the date is to be determined. So the district has used the attachments feature in the student information system extensively. We have a lot of information stored in each student record, and so we are building a strategy on the best approach to transfer that data either to the new platform in Skyward or to look at a third-party software where we can house that information for accessibility. Just wanted to highlight some of the efforts that have been made by the team, the implementation team. Since our launch in July, we have offered multiple training sessions and opportunities to our staff and stakeholders. On a monthly basis, we provide several sessions that campus staff can register for to learn navigation, how to use the system, specific modules that they may have access to. In addition to that, we've launched an internal website, a SharePoint site, in which the team will post several one-page how-to documents for accessibility, just to allow our users additional resources if they need some additional support in how to access data or navigate through the system. We created a dedicated email address, so anyone who needs support, they can email Skyward SIS support at SISD.net and get the support that they need, Skyward SIS at SISD.net, so they can get the support that they need. That email gets delivered to everybody on the team, so the one who can support the best or the quickest would be the one to respond. So since we launched the SIS side, in tandem, we're also working on launching the ERP or the business side of Skyward. Our goal is to launch in January 2nd, and a lot of work has been done. I would be remiss if I didn't acknowledge the two departments, in addition to technology, human resources, and finance, have worked very closely with us in getting all the information that we need done. It is a heavy lift. It's a heavy lift for everyone, and we acknowledge the efforts that are being put forth. Our goal in January is to launch the budget and accounting systems, employee processing and benefits, payroll, of course, position inventory, and purchasing. So our priority is, of course, payroll. We want to ensure that we have all our ducks in a row and that we can launch a successful payroll on the 15th of January. Skyward will be on site during that month to assist us and to hold our hands through that process. So we're gearing up and ramping up for that in January. In March, we will be launching the warehouse and applicant tracking module. We're currently using Tyler Munis for both of these modules, and we're going to continue to do so from January through March. And then when we switch over, then we'll migrate into Skyward. The substitute reporting and tracking system, we're currently using a third-party application for that. We're going to continue to do that and feed that information into Skyward, but we will continue to use that so that we can work a strategy and a migration plan to launch that in July of next year. For time and attendance, which is where employees would clock in and report their absences, again, that is also one that we are going to continue current state so that we can plan a strategy to move forward and not overwhelm all of our users as well as our department. Historical data, again, is something that's to be determined. As I mentioned earlier, we're looking to determine which is the best route we want to take. At some point, we need to think about whether we want to use this as our only storage place, but we have, like, our HR department uses a third-party software to store that, so we're exploring options, trying to find the best place to store that data. That concludes my report. I'd be happy to answer any questions that you all may have.
Questions? Ms. Macias?
Yes, thank you. I know that you mentioned that we're transitioning from Tyler. Will we continue to use Tyler in any format after the complete transition?
No, ma'am. So what we did is we paid for maintenance and support of the Tyler system through June 30th of this year, and we did that so that we could continue to use the system. Now, the district owns the servers and the application at this point. If we do not renew, we just simply don't get the support that we need for the application, but we have full intention of cutting completely over to Skyward by June 30th of next year.
And one other question, since we're talking finances, I think that's the theme for today. Was there an increase in cost in transitioning to Skyward, or is it going to save us money in transitioning from Tyler Munis to Skyward?
So at the end of the day, it was more expensive, but we also have some modules that we'll be able to, once we transition over, ensure some cost savings on. So it's a balance. I haven't really crunched the numbers to see, but I can tell you that when we migrated, we made the decision to migrate to the student information system because Tyler's system was going end of life. And that was what initiated the whole RFP process.
Thank you.
So, yes, ma'am.
Can you go back just a couple of slides to...
Right here?
Right here, yes.
Ma'am.
So my question is, the historical student data, for example, the discipline, there's a lot of information that's going to be transferred over, correct? And it says here December. Does that mean by December 15th everything will be transferred over?
The goal is to begin the migration in December. Where's Hilda? Is she gonna have? Yes, okay. I want to make sure I'm speaking the facts here. It will be completed by the end of December, yes, ma'am.
Okay, my only concern is that we're off for 2 weeks in December, so how does that, is it like, do people have to be here to continue that process? And
so what we do is we work very closely with Skyward, and we provide those data files. They migrate them over, we validate and verify, and then if the data comes across clean, then they complete the migration. So they'll do a sampling, we test the data, we make sure that it's in the appropriate fields, and then they complete their migration. So our intent is hopefully not, but we are prepared if we need to do what we need to do to ensure that that migration is transferred over.
Okay.
The data is transferred over.
so we're not going to have employees working during the holidays, I guess is ultimately my question. I just want to make sure that
Many
we-
of, in technology, many of our job responsibilities are ongoing, and so if we need to, we will make ourselves available. But we work closely with Skyward on their scheduling and how we're going to migrate that data over. So if we would hope not, but if we need to, we are available to do so.
Okay, so our employees would have an option to say, I don't want to work during the holidays, or if it's, nobody else, in other words, would be giving up their vacation? Like our IT people that don't want to do that?
We work closely, we'll work with our staff, and it just goes, I don't know how to say this, but it's just one of our responsibilities in ensuring that we transfer that data over. I know our priority would be to convert that and complete that by December 15th. Hilda, is that correct? Yes. We're already beginning the work on that, but we're fully prepared if we need to complete that by the end of December to stay on
Okay.
task.
I just want to make sure that we keep in mind that they have families and
Yes, ma'am.
that they're not forced to work during the holidays if it's something that, I don't know, why the December deadline? I'm just curious.
So we were looking at what was the best way to strategically plan these modules. And we also know that we're going live on the finance side in January.
Sure.
So it's a balance, right? It's a lot of the same personnel on the Skyward end that is supporting us.
Okay.
So we have to just work closely with them and work around their schedules also to support. It's a partnership.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Questions? Okay, thank you, Ms. Ramos.
Thank you.
Continuing then with item C, strategic plan, priority 4, objectives 4.2 and 4.3. Ms. Perez.
Hello again, Mr. President Nahara, members of the board, Dr. Carmen. My name is Vicki Perez, Chief Financial Officer. And in true fashion of keeping in the finance theme today, we will be discussing the strategic plan update, priority 4. Quite honestly, it should have been priority 3, but I asked to be moved up because it's a finance meeting today. So, these are our 4 priorities, and the one we will be discussing is operational transparency and equity, priority 4, which ensures equitable distribution of district resources. 4.2, equity of funds, is specifically what we will be discussing, along with 4.3. So 4.2 does say that we will meet, train, and collaborate with district stakeholders to ensure understanding of the process and individual desired outcome based on needs. So when we say that, I want to make sure that our stakeholders, our campuses, departments, they all have the same training, the same information, and that everybody feels that they have had a say in what their outcomes are for their campuses. So we're incorporating the campus improvement plan, district improvement plan, depending on what level we're in. And so the progress measure on that would be have the budget director, Ms. Susan Olson, periodically and throughout the year meet with the leadership team, board of trustees, which is done as part of the budgeting. She meets with our our principals and our leadership team to make sure that if there's any questions, any updates. So we'll start with the budget calendar. This was last year's budget calendar. And this is an indication more or less of what we do on our budget side with the board, with the campuses, with the departments, and gives a very broad overview of what the planning process looks like. Additionally, we have them meet, train, and collaborate. So we meet with the campus principals in the fall and the spring. They go over what their budget looks like, what they foresee happening in the future, how to help fund that, how to mitigate any excess cost in any place, and reallocations of any of their budgets. So Susan meets with them individually, usually via Teams, and they go over exactly where they are and where they need to be. She does have special meetings with the new principals and the second-year principals specifically. New principals will need a little bit more support. They need to understand their budget. They need to understand what their goals are, what their campus improvement looks like, and how to help get those goals done with the budget that they have. And then they also have a reconciliation of their snapshots. So when snapshot day comes around, we know that we have either less or more students in any campus. Normally, I do not like taking money away from a campus if they've lost, just a couple of students. We're not going to nickel and dime that. But if there are more students on that campus, then we will definitely compensate for those campuses in whatever function or special program specifically. So we have budget distributions in December and January, and those are the trainings that Susan will have for setting up the budget for the next July. We review the budget in January with the departments and in February with the campuses. We do have leadership meetings that we will give specific announcements to if they have any questions. We've recently started doing some breakout sessions in our leadership meetings, so we do have some moments where we will have finance there to discuss, this is what we're doing with the budget today. Do you have any questions? And they have an opportunity to express those concerns or questions. They have finance trainings throughout the year. It's definitely in the beginning. Secretaries are our main focus in the very beginning of the school year because they're the ones that are doing the POs, quite honestly. So they're the ones that are, the principal is the head, secretary is the neck. So they tell them where to go and when to go. And then we do have additional trainings as requested. And Susan has been really great, and Susan and her team have been really great in making sure that whatever questions they have, they are answered in a timely manner, addressed in a timely manner, and if they need additional help, she'll have them come over after work on a Saturday. I've seen her bring coffee to them and just, sit down and really, really talk about what needs to get done. So the measurement on that 4.2 is at the end of each fiscal year, all campus and departments will have a full understanding of the expectation and the intent of their budget. So I do think that we've done really well with making sure that our campuses and departments are understanding of what we are what the overall purpose is. So our next strategic plan item is 4.3. and that is long-range financial planning. So I would like to see that we develop a 5-year plan to build our fund balance. And when I say we, I mean Board of Trustees, Superintendent, myself, and we can come up with a plan on what our fund balance looks like and what we want it to look like in 5 years. So this is what we currently have in our fund balance as far as the last 10 years. And so fund balance, the days on hand is kind of relative from one year to another, because if we have a $500 million budget, then it's an X amount of dollars that it's going to cost per day to educate our students. So depending on how many students we have, how much our resources are, it may fluctuate. And as you can see, our fund balance has increased the last few years. This last year did decrease, and you will have that information when the audit is presented. It did decrease by $20 million. Overall, the bottom number is the number of days of cash on hand. Board policy says that we have to have 75 days on hand. That is our board policy and what we should be working towards. As of right now, we are out of compliance, so I do think it is imperative that we work on a fund balance plan. So the action plan and the progress measures is that we meet with the board to discuss your vision of what it looks like to build that fund balance. So that means that we will have to have some workshops. I believe that it would be very warranted for us to start having workshops in January. We'll talk about what exactly fund balance is, where does it come, how do we build it, what is it, what's affected by it, all the different parts of the fund balance so that you have a great understanding of it. And then we've planned for an incremental amount. Initially, when we did this strategic plan, I had planned for 3 to 5% for each year. That will not be enough to get us back to the 75 days on hand. So we're gonna have to come up with some additional strategies, something that we all collectively have a plan together, that we have ownership of it. We can discuss future budget considerations, like what would that look like? How do we explain that to the community? How are we prepared to make sure that we have those answers for whenever somebody asks questions, and what we should and should not do with our fund balance. And then we can meet and monitor it twice a year. So when I say meet and monitor, it would be during our first report when we talk about how many days of cash on hand we have, and then monitor, we can do it during budget process. So when we are working on our budget, we can have an understanding of what next year's budget looks like and what could possibly happen in the future. Excuse me. So our long-term measures is that by the end of each fiscal year, fund balance will increase by 3 to 5%, thus increasing the amount of days on hand. So I don't have an action item for this, but I would like to see that we start considering maybe in January, looking at some fund balance workshops so that we can work together on making sure that this priority is taken care of as well. And that does conclude my presentation. Any questions?
Questions for Ms. Pettis? Okay, thank you, Ms. Pettis.
Yes, sir.
Moving on to 8D, presentation on the Special Education Action Plan. Dr. Jansen, please.
Good evening, President Nájera, members of the board, Dr. Carmen. Thank you for your time and attention to the needs of our department. We really appreciate your interest in our action plan. Tonight, I will summarize the very extensive and detailed plan that we shared with you to all the board members on Friday, October 22nd. We're going to highlight some of the items that were presented in that action plan. The purpose for our action plan has been so that we can meet the needs of our increased student enrollment. In previous meetings, we have shared with you how dramatically our enrollment has increased in the last 3 years. We've grown tremendously in our area in special education, which has also marked increased evaluations for very key players that evaluate our students, like our speech therapists, our diagnosticians, our school psychologists, and any other related service that has to do evaluations. So as we get more students, it impacts the number of evaluations we have to do. And the goal of our plan was that we needed to increase the staff in these critical areas of evaluation and related services to address the rapid increase in enrollment over the past 3 years. And so that's the way we started with this action plan. I am going to turn it over to Mr. Science, and he's going to talk a little bit about some of the challenges and the solutions we came up with.
So good afternoon, or good evening, Mr. Nájera, Dr. Carmen, members of the board. So I'll take over the next part, and basically we do know that we have challenges, okay? And of course the challenges have to do with staff vacancies. And in regards to those vacancies, the reason why we're having those vacancy issues is because of the lack of candidates, okay, and those hard to fill positions. So you have all the positions that are listed there for diagnosticians, speech language pathologists, the school psychologists, and the music therapists, okay? And those are the areas where we have seen those challenges in terms of trying to fill those positions. And as far as solutions, okay, we have done some restructuring to the SPED department. And what we've done is that we have had a reassignment of our special education clerks within the district. And so some of those have been assigned, for example, to like a SPED medical services clerk, or for example, the autism paraprofessionals. And then we've also had an increase in the number of the special ed staff in those critical areas for evaluations and related services. So that's what we've done in terms of coming up with some of these solutions.
So, like we said, you received the action plan, and it was very lengthy and had a lot of steps. So we're going to highlight a couple of the items that we talked about. First of all, based on this action plan, the district was able to add 27 additional positions in these critical areas of related services or evaluations that have direct contact with our students. And so that was something that was very helpful. We also were able to reassign 20 of our special education clerks and put them in positions within the district where they were held harmless, which was very important to our district, that those employees would not lose their pay grade or a number of days. We also have taken time to meet. I think that when you look at our action plan, there was several meetings with different groups and organizations, with our teams, so we can gather information and get their feedback to make some of the changes. And I think that Mr. Song said it today. We've listened to some of their feedback, and we're working with them to ensure that we are helping them in the way that they need to be helped. And so we have had several meetings and worked with different departments to do this. Additionally, we've had a couple of positions that were ESSER funded. And one of the things that our district has done is they have ensured those employees that they will continue to be ESSER funded while we have the funds. But once the ESSER funds are gone, special education will not be losing those employees. Those employees will stay and remain funded through the district. So that is a great thing and relief to those employees. And also, we have had to be able to, because of the growth, and we continue to monitor caseloads and look at ways that we can support, and as we're listening to our employees, I know that we've allotted additional positions. We added 2 additional SLP positions that we are granted. We've also added 2 SPED clerks and 1 diagnostician. The SPED, we did talk to our SLP team, and one of the things we asked, because we do have an easier time hiring an SLPA, and we asked, would that be an option that you guys want us to consider, and maybe increasing the slots for SLPA as opposed to SLPs. And their feedback was that they felt that if we could show that we were increasing the number of SLPs, it would attract more of our local SLPs that we may be able to recruit to our area. So that is the reason that we have not gone and asked for more SLPAs and asked for SLPs. We still are, it's an open position, and if you know an SLP that wants to come to Socorro ISD, we encourage that you tell them it's a great place to be, and so we would love to have them here and make them part of our family. And then the other areas that we have helped with is we have and had several trainings, some of them in response to what our employees were asking. We have provided trainings in the areas that they've asked for, but we've also worked a lot in training our administrators and working with our staff, and it's through SPED 101. Thank you, Mr. Nájera. I know you stopped by the other day and visited our team. And then also, we are wanting for them to know about their new processes. Oh, sorry. I haven't moved. Okay. So we also, as a department, we're happy to say that of the 27, 23 have been filled. That does not include the additional 5, but the 23 of the original 27 were positions that were filled. I know that the speech and language pathologists and diagnosticians say, well, we're still not feeling it yet, because those are the hard to fill positions. But we have other groups in our department that have been very happy with the addition of the staff that they've been able to receive. And so we know that, and we continue to recruit and encourage people to come to Socorro ISD. Additionally, where we do have vacancies, we hire contract service providers so that we continue to meet our evaluation deadlines and continue to provide the services that our students require. And we are working with a lot of our local agencies to find people that we can help us with evaluations, help us with the services. We are going to be working with another organization that's going to help us with diagnostician and school psychologist evaluations. That is going to be a virtual, but they also hire a person that proctors for them. So it's going to be something a little different that we're going to be trying. And then, and I know that Mr. Song mentioned it, due to the increase in special ed clerks, we were able to create a special ed schedule where the clerks are now having at least a half a day where they go and assist with clerical duties only for the speech and language pathologists and the diagnosticians. We do have a couple of campuses that were allotted a full day, and that was, we looked at different variables. For instance, those are gonna be the campuses that have a higher referral rate, that we're seeing referrals of initials coming through, as well as the early childhood. A lot of our early childhood campuses, they have additional ARDs and additional work that we know they needed the additional support. So.
And if I can make a point on the second bullet in regards to the fulfillment or filling those vacancies, we also want to thank our HR department, okay? Because one of the things that we've done is whenever we have those hard-to-fill positions, or really any position, because these 23 positions that we filled also include very competitive positions like our deaf, hard of hearing team, okay, which are very hard positions to get, occupational therapists, but we've been able to quickly get these people in for interviews. And again, like I mentioned with the HR department, get through those background checks, the telephone reference forms, all of that, to get these people on board. So that's been, that's worked, okay? That's worked for those areas where we have had applicants and moved quickly on those. And in terms of the contract service providers, a third bullet, I also do want to mention that for those hard-to-fill areas, such as for the speech therapist, for example, because of the contractors that we have been able to pick up, we do have staff at every single campus, okay? We do not have any students across the district who are not being served because of the fact that we don't have staff. We do have contractors that are serving the needs of all of our students.
Now, one of the other areas that we highlighted in our action plan was our parent meetings, because it truly is a partnership with our parents. And I think that in our special board meeting that we had, one of the things that we talked about, that understanding of our parents is very important and very crucial. And so we gave you a snip of the meetings that we've had starting this school year. And we've had different topics that we've presented on. And a lot of them come by parent choice, what they ask, they want to learn about. We've had a great following. I love telling everybody I have one of our dads who's a truck driver, and he will pull over to join us on Teams every month because he likes being involved in learning about strategies or just things that we have to offer in the district. As you can see, our attendance is higher during our Teams meeting. We range between 123 to 165 in attendance. And we tried something different. Last year we had been doing all these meetings in Teams, and they were typically as full. We would have up to 200. But we're trying to do the in-person so that we can also meet with them. So in the evenings, we're having in-person. Now, as you can see, our attendance is not as high, but I am glad to see that it is increasing, and I like to continue seeing it grow, so I hope our parents continue coming. Our next meeting is scheduled for November 30th, 2023. The topic is going to be just some of the change of placement considerations. As I know that oftentimes parents will come to ARDs and they'll be asked, well, we're thinking of changing your child from the placement they're in right now, and we want them to go there prepared, knowing what they should ask and the questions that they should be prepared for, and some of the data that they should be seeing when a change of placement is being recommended. It's same time on Teams at 9:30, but we did change our location for our evening meeting because our parents at the last meeting asked us if we would go away from the DSC because, as you guys know, it's hard to get here in the evenings. And so I want to thank Ms. Avila at Clark Middle School because she has opened her doors, and we will be at Clark for our evening meeting. So, and we hope that's a better access for all our parents. One of the things that was not in your action plan, but we do want to share with you today, we're going to have Ms. Penny Flores pass out for you our State Performance Plan Indicator 8. We're very proud about this indicator, and it has to do specifically about our parent engagement. Our state, what it does is we have different cycles when we get selected to send out surveys to our parents so that our parents can let us know, so that our parents can let us know how how satisfied they are with the services, how satisfied are they with what they're seeing in the schools with their students. And so we received this last week, and we wanted to take this opportunity to share this with you because it really shows that collaboration and how we are really working hand in hand with our parents. I want to highlight on the first chart, one of the things is that of the districts in the area, we had the highest response rate. We had EPISD, I believe they had about a 12% response rate. And then next to us was Clint, they had a 25, but we had a 56% response rate of our parents that were selected. Now, not all parents are selected. It is a random number of parents that get selected. We did a fast campaign, and we try to get them to respond. We remind them all the time. I think they got tired of our emails asking them to respond, but they did it, and we're very thankful to them because it is because of them that we're getting this feedback. I also want to highlight that the state's average was 20%, so that shows you how well our parents are responding to our program. So now, on the next one, area I want to highlight is the State Performance Plan Indicator number 8. And I want to explain this chart a little bit because it's a little hard to understand. But Socorro received a 78, and it's an overall how they're rating us as a district in parent satisfaction. Now, it's a little deceiving because if you see our blue line is shorter than the goal line when the goal line is a 69 and we're a 78. The goal line is the state, which is where the state was at 69. But what it's showing is the bell curve. Most of the districts are going to fall between 60 and 80. And it shows that we're on the top bracket, very close to that 80 mark. And so that is a very good mark that we're 9 points above the state in this parent satisfaction of parents that have students with disabilities. And then the state performance plan indicators, we provided that with you. There was 12 areas. Of the 12 areas, 11 of them were above 80%. I was always a nerd and wanted those A's, so I know that next time we come, I want above 90. But it's a work in progress, and so we did have most of them except for one, and the one that did fall below was a 79. Now, one of the things that I'm very grateful to our parents for giving us this feedback, because I believe that this is only going to help us grow and help us focus on areas that we need to train. For instance, the 79 was in the area where parents want to know what options they have if they don't agree with the suggestions of the campus. And so obviously that's an area that we will be working with our administrators, our staff, and our personnel so that we can improve in that area. Okay, and then lastly, one of the other items that we highlighted in our action plan was some of the recruiting activities that we are doing. And like Jorge, I do want to thank our HR department and our PR department because we are collaborating and we're meeting regularly. They too are probably going to get sick of us because we're having to meet so much, but it's in a good cause. We really want to thank our board because I know last month you approved the $5,000 relocation stipend for any diagnostician, speech and language pathologist, or school psychologist that chooses to relocate 50 miles from a radius of 50 miles from our district. That's going to be a huge help, we hope. And with that, our PR department is working on a campaign to do some recruitment, and we're going to be working in different areas. So we know that it's going to be a great collaboration. We're also working with our human resources department and our PR department to look at long-term solutions as well. And so we're looking at ways to work with our community and our institutions around us to see if there's ways that we can help grow our own staff, then help them grow professionally to hopefully someday fill these hard-to-fill positions. And that's all we have for you. Thank you.
Any questions for Dr. Jensen?
Yes.
Castellano?
Okay. How many positions did we lose in the SPED department? I mean, with the SPED teachers, the diags, everybody that across the board this past school year?
Mr. Castellano, I can tell you that we had a few replacement positions. I don't have those numbers for you, but we right now with me. But I will tell you that as far as the teachers, I won't be able to give you that number. Again, I oversee the SPED department. The teachers get hired by the campuses. But I'm sure that if I work with HR, we'll get those numbers for you. We did have some resignations this year. We had some retirements that retired, that chose to retire and go on, but we can get those exact numbers for you.
I've been asking for that number every time you come up here to speak, so I'm just surprised you don't have it ready. But anyway, because you said the vacancies were due to a lack of candidates, but people have left the district, and I'm sure they're not all because they retired and they all went to other campuses and worked somewhere else. But what was your action plan to retain them? I didn't see anything to retain the teachers we have now or the ones that we lost.
So if you look at the action plan, sir, we do have different, what the main purpose was to lower the caseload and continue to lower the caseload. And so that was why we came and asked for additional staff so we can continue to help with the evaluation staff. So that was the purpose of the action plan, was to lower caseload so that we can help our current employees. We do know that they have a competitive salary, they have benefits, but aside from that, that's something that we would have to work with HR because it is part of the compensation packet.
But you're willing to pay somebody $5,000 to come in from 50 miles away, but not maintain what we have, or who has gone to El Paso or Isleta district to work. That's what, that should have been a big part of this action plan. You know, I understand you're doing an action plan because we have a TEA audit next year, and you want to show them, well, this is what we're doing to try to stem the dam from overflowing, or whatever you want to call it. But this was foreseen in the past. And, you know, even right after COVID, there was a problem coming in, and no action was taken. And here we are now. Now we have to spend money for other people to come in, but we had them already. You know, we had the SPED clerks, and we just got rid of them. They could have helped in a new position now, but we found other ways to say, well, you know what, no, we don't want them here anymore. Well, let's double their work and have them work at multiple campuses. We need to make it friendly so people can come back and say, you know what, okay, they do have a new approach, but now I didn't see an action plan to retain them. You know, they're still upset. They're like, okay, you're trying to help us, but one of the problems I do hear is that people are coming up here to the stand, and I still hear it from from parents, that my kid is still not getting service. They haven't received any services this year. They haven't SPED services. And that's a big thing. And we've asked the board to put on the agenda to have an outside audit, and it's still not on the agenda. This will be the third month now that we're going to ask for it. And it just, we need to know the baseline, where we're at, where we've been, what we've done, to see how we go forward. We don't get those numbers from you, but we need to get them from a separate source to say, these are the numbers that we found. You know, we're incomplete on the data.
Now, if I may, we have lost some to retirement and some to other districts, and you are correct. But on the same token, we are recruiting from other districts. I will tell you that 2 of our diagnosticians that we currently are looking at to bring are coming from EPISD. Actually, they are here already. Both of them came from EPISD. So we know that it is something that we are working, but like I said, those are efforts that I need to work with our HR department to be able to look at incentives and things that can be done. But it also needs to be that we understand that the need is there to lower the caseload, and that's been our main goal. I also believe that the staffing study will help, and so we're working with HR on completing that.
I do also want to say, Mr. Castellano, that in terms of what we do to retain the staff, they have a voice, okay? I can tell you from the departments that I oversee, I stay in constant communication with the staff. If they need help, we look, and this has been with Dr. Johnson's support, we look to see, can we provide more assistance? Like, for example, if you need help with evaluations, can we bring somebody in to assist them with that? If they need a little bit more help with speech therapy, for example, can we bring somebody in to help them with that? You know, if they want training, okay, they've talked about getting, you know, targeted training, for example, to get CEUs, you know, we listen to them. So I think that's also an important factor, is that we listen to our staff so that we can, you know, so that they have a voice. They feel comfortable to come and share the concerns that they have, not just concerns, but also ideas, okay, that they're safe, they're in a safe environment where they can share their ideas so that we can listen and be responsive to their needs. So I think that's also something big that we've done. And I also want to echo what Dr. Jansen said, like, for example, we were able to bring in a hard-to-fill area, we did bring in a speech therapist last year from the El Paso School District. So those are the efforts that we will constantly make and will continue to make. And a lot of these are efforts that are also being done behind the scenes to try to make sure that we support our staff.
It goes a little beyond staff, and it's the children. How do we support the children? And running around pulling contractors from here and there, we got to a point where we had to resort to that. We shouldn't have never got to that point. And that's what I'm trying to emphasize here. Where was the plan to retain those people so we don't have to look out and get private contractors to fill in the gaps now? We're not that district, but now we are. We've got to that point for a reason. And we need to look at that. We need to look at ourselves and say, why are we here? It should not have happened. And every day that goes by is just another child that still falls further behind. We need to take care of them.
Mr. Castellano, and we agree, the children are our focus, and that is what we always strive for, to ensure that our students are getting the services that they need. Unfortunately, we're seeing a different time in special education, not just in Socorro, and we've expressed this to the board several times. It is something that is happening statewide and throughout the whole country. There's a shortage of these hard-to-hire positions where we are having to resort to more contracted services. It isn't just unique to Socorro ISD. We meet with our regional directors, and we're all experiencing the same problems. And so we are working, and we're trying to be creative with, like I said, the collaboration and initiatives that we're working with our PR and HR department. But we'll continue to listen to feedback and continue to work with our employees to see how we can retain them and continue to support their needs. So thank you, sir.
I still need the numbers. When can we get those?
I can get that to you by the Friday packet. I can get you the special ed department, and then I'll work with the HR to get the teachers.
Yes.
Any additional questions?
Yes. Mr. Nakara, I got a question. I know that I had asked for 4 items, but my top 3 were the sped clerks, the external auditor, and an RFQ for the sped attorney. I just want some clarity. By chance, did any other board member request for that not to be on the agenda that you're aware of?
No, sir. Okay. It was, the question was asked during executive session whether those items should be included, and based on the discussion that we had, it was my understanding that we agreed that the action plan was what we were going to listen to.
Okay, so my request, and this is the 3rd time, obviously we're ignored. So I'm gonna make the request again, because obviously I'm hearing the sped clerks weren't fully brought back because they're being used to report to the campus at least once a week for half a day or more. So somebody deliberately does not want to put those 3 items that I requested, whether it's one individual with several individuals. So then maybe it's the board that we need to self-regulate, or maybe it's the superintendent that we need to hold accountable, because those are 3 things that I had asked for and they weren't on there. And there's a purpose behind it. But with that being said, pretty disappointed in that. How is it, explain to me that concept? Each campus will have a clerk report to their campus at least once a week for half a day or more, because when I listen to that, and I know pretty significantly the job that it entails, that's not enough. So how are we gonna remedy that? I mean, it's just.
Mr. Barrera, the time allotted is due to the clerks that we have, but what it does is that you gotta remember, the clerks cannot do the jobs they used to be doing. They can only do clerical duties, and so we had to take time to train them and show them the specific things that they could do, and so we gave them a list that they could do, and during those half days, we've had several employees tell us that it is doable, that they can be able to do it as long as they're organized and they have everything ready for them to help them with archiving, for them to help them with the Outlook emails that go out, for them to help them with the phone calls that may be needed for the doctors, to the parents. So it is doable, but we will continue to monitor and see how it works.
Okay, so you bring something very important when you say that they're doing more clerical, so, which is why I'm requesting the RFQ for a new SPED attorney. He was with us for a significant amount of time, but yet he barely brought this to concern, and now we need to address it now when it should have been addressed years ago, almost a decade ago. So for me, that's why I'm still requesting an RFQ for the SPED attorney, but that's still not enough because the caseload on the DAGs or the speech pathologist, whoever's giving that information, it's still a lot of caseload and work, even clerical work itself, for the SPED clerks to upload and do what they need to do. It's still a lot. You said retention. I still think we need to bring out well, I'll stay with SPED clerks. So you said 20 came back. What was the number before we did away with them?
The number before was 33, and we kept 13, and 20 were placed in different positions.
Okay, so we kept 13 to currently do SPED clerk duties, the clerical work?
They had different assignments within our department. Yes, sir.
So
Some
how
of
many
them were.
SPED clerks are they currently actually doing the clerical work of?
Right now, we have 7. We do have 1 vacancy. When we fill that position, we will be up to 8.
So only 7 have to operate for 51 schools?
Yes, it'll be 8 once we fill the vacancy.
Okay, so still 8 SPED clerks for 51 schools. That's, I don't know, that's absurd. That's not doable. I mean, there's still the DIAGs and everybody else in the SPED department still has to carry that weight, which is, you add more to their caseload. So 8 is still not enough for me, at least, and I'm pretty sure they can agree or not, but 8 is still not enough for them to do their job significantly. You said retention. What is the number of the caseloads you guys are trying to obtain for the DIAGs? Nobody's given a number. I want to hear a number. Is it 80, 90, 100?
We have given that number on one of the board communiques. We want to be at 107 as an average, but we know that there is a range because it varies depending on the campus and the number of students that they have. But our average that we're aiming for is 107, sir.
And what is the state currently averaging? Or I'll bring it down. What is the caseload that you guys know from the surrounding districts about our size?
I don't have that information with me right now, but I can get it for you. But they're around the same numbers, sir, but I can find out.
Okay, at least I know one district is under the hundreds for sure. So, I mean, I think we should be able to attain that because, again, it involves the kids, and we want to make sure that they're getting the best services as possible. We don't want to add enough work to the DIAGs and those employees so that they're taking it home and they're not gonna miss something intentionally. I know that they miss things on accident just because of the workload, which is our responsibility, right, as administrators, and that we have to give them the tools necessary. When they're only there, those 8 employees, the SPED clerks, what are they doing the rest of the time, or what are the other employees doing the rest of the time? Like, the numbers aren't adding up with what they're supposed to be doing, and I don't know, it kind of looks a little convoluted. So what are they doing with the rest of the time, those other SPED clerks?
They are assigned to a campus. For instance, if they have a half day at one campus, in the afternoon they'll go to a different campus. They have an assignment throughout the week that they're assigned to do. So they're somewhere within the district. They will come out to the DSC to do some duties out here. Like if they need to bring stuff to archive here, they can do that. And so they have time that has been allotted. We do have 2 that have 10 campuses because of the way they were scheduled. So when our 8th person comes, we will start to alleviate some of that.
Okay. Well, I'm still gonna make the request again that we bring the external auditor to conduct it for SPED and an RFQ for the SPED attorney, again, for the 3rd time. Hopefully it gets done. The ESER positions that are currently filled, how many positions are currently filled right now with ESER?
We have 6.
6.
6, sir. Mhm.
How many positions can be filled for ESER?
Those were the only ones we were allotted for 6 positions.
So all 6 are filled?
Yes. We have actually one that was reassigned. Well, she went to Options High School, so that's one of the other that's the vacancy that we have for the spec clerk.
Okay, so is every ESER position gonna get rolled over, or only 5?
All 6.
All 6 are gonna get rolled over. Okay. I guess I'm gonna add this, that we need to still continue into looking at maybe another workshop or something regarding the clerks, because I know that's a ridiculous amount of work for the clerks and the DIAG. So we still need to be proactive and do that to make sure that we're still in compliance, because I can almost guarantee you that we're out of compliance. And that's the last thing we want, is not just TEA, but that's the last thing we want is Department of Education coming down here, a federal agency, looking at how we mismanage the funds when it should have been directly for the kids. So, okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions?
Yes. Michael, you mentioned that was it executive committee determined that this item should not be placed on the agenda that was brought forward by Mr. Barrera?
During the discussion, I stated that it was my understanding that the action plan was going to cover the special education items.
But policy dictates that when a trustee presents something to be placed on the agenda, only that permission from that trustee can have it removed. You guys went around it. You guys had your little quorum. You went around it and had it removed without his
Oh,
permission.
sir, there wasn't a quorum. Every committee has 3 board members.
Yes, well,
we all know
it
that.
doesn't have to be 4. You discussed business, you took something off the agenda that was requested by.
Wasn't even on the agenda,
Legally
sir.
within policy by Mr. Barrera, and you had it removed.
It wasn't on the agenda.
Yes, because you failed to put it. You took it on yourselves not to put it on the agenda. I'm just
requested it
noting
twice.
that down for the meeting, okay?
Okay, we had the special education action plan, and based on the discussion at the last
Yes.
meeting, it was my understanding that we agreed
Let's ask the attorney.
to move forward with
Policy
the...
dictates that only that the person requesting the item on the agenda can have it removed. Answer the question.
You have a policy that allows a board member, I'm sorry, Board President Nada, Dr. Carmen, members of the board, Steve Blanco, legal counsel. You have a policy that allows board members to request items to be placed on the agenda. Once they're on the agenda, they can only be removed at the permission of the board member that requested it, or it's set for a future meeting. I don't know what the planning was for this particular agenda. It obviously is not on this meeting. You can have it on a future meeting.
Well,
Policy allows for that.
he just said he took it on himself not to place it on the agenda, feeling that this was enough, and it's not, because we don't discuss having an RFQ for an outside auditor, because that's not on the agenda. You did not allow it to be placed there. Thank
No.
you. Michael.
I understood that the action plan was suffice. If that's wrong, then that's wrong. But it was my understanding that the action plan is what we agreed to.
Did you contact Mr. Barrera to clarify it?
Nope.
No, I did not.
Okay, that's all.
Because even the action plan did not cover the external audit, the RFQ. So those items were also left out. So it wasn't put on there.
Okay, so we can put them on a future agenda.
Next month.
Again, my understanding was that we agreed that the action plan was going to address the items. And that's what I moved forward with.
You removed it outside of policy, so it's fine. Documented it, sir.
Okay, I guess
That's
I'm
it.
the only one that ever makes a mistake.
No, it's policy, you know. You can call the cops and have them come after us and our families, huh? Yeah, that's easy to do.
I know, I'm saying
huh?
it wasn't
No,
there. It was the
we all
action
have
plan.
rules to play by.
Any other
Thank you.
questions? Okay, then let's continue with the consent agenda. Are there any items to be pulled?
Motion to approve consent agenda?
I second.
A motion made by Mrs. Nájera, a second by Ms. Gardea. Any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Oppose?
Aye.
Aye.
Item passes 5-2. Moving on to new business. 10A, we do have a speaker signed up for item 10A. That is Mr. Tommy Hill, please.
So I know whether we're gonna approve a new calendar today. But I want you guys to look very closely at what this calendar is about ready to do to the hourly workers. Our December 15th paycheck for hourly workers is a week short. It's about 7 days for December 15th. That ends on, that'll end on November 30th. That's a Thursday. December 1st is a Friday. December 2nd is a Saturday. 1 working day for our very last paycheck for hourly workers. Now, put in mind that 1 day has to take out benefits and stuff. It's never been 1 day. So you guys need to look at the calendar a little bit more closely and make sure we're not making this mistake for next year, because even I overseen it. But I'm doing my bills, and how many people are we messing over hourly workers in December? Couldn't we have given them like until Wednesday or Friday? Because even if it is a little discomfort for the district, wouldn't you rather have families have a little bit better Christmas than a 1-day paycheck for December 16th? Think about that when you hear the calendar. I don't think any of us really looked at this too properly, but this is about ready to happen. And you guys will all get the calls on this when everybody realizes how much the December 16th paycheck is just zero. So please, when they do the calendar, you need to look at this, and if we can do something about it and give them maybe a few more days, you would be doing your workers a great deed. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Hill. All right, moving on to item 10A. Consider approval of the 2024-25 and the 2025-26 district calendars. Dr. Starkey, please.
Good evening, President Nájera, members of the board, and Dr. Carmen. Yes, this item is to approve the 24-25, ask for your approval for the 24-25 and 25-26 district calendars. One of the things that I do want to say before I get started to address what Mr. Hill's concern is that this is not a payroll calendar. Okay, this is a student calendar. And this is what we are going with our calendar year as far as our instruction. So it doesn't take, this particular document doesn't take into account when any pay family gets paid, and I will not stand up here to speak to that there because there's a lot of other people in this audience that could do that part. But for the purposes of this agenda item, this is the student calendar and the way that it coincides with how many instructional minutes we have to have and how we divide our 9-week periods and whatnot. So I just want to make sure that it doesn't overstep bounds into like payroll schedules and things like that. Okay, so anyway, so moving on with where we're at there, we're going to go ahead and talk about these calendars. And of course, we always do these request approval of our calendars on a biannual schedule because planning for 2 years at a time in our district allows us to maintain a continued flow of our year-round format, our famous year-round format, I might add. Okay? And Texas law states that for us to get full funding, so we don't get shortchanged, students have to be in school 75,600 minutes per year. And some people have asked me, is that really a fact? Look it up. It's House Bill 2610. Okay? It was passed about 10, 12 years ago, and they went away from days and they went to minutes. Okay? And one of the big ones, and this is something that while it's not about actual pay periods, we do need to make sure that within this calendar that it's also mirroring that we have our base teacher contract days of 187. That is the law, actually. And that includes the instructional days for students, professional development days for teachers, and preparation days for teachers, which are sometimes commonly just called work day, like the planning day. My wife's a teacher. She loves those days. Okay, right? And in Socorro ISD, we have our students attend school for 175 instructional days, and we have 78,300 minutes. And 2 of these days are also early release for students and teachers, both at the end of each semester. So what that means is that our students get more instruction than the minimum. And if the bottom ever fell out for some reason, 12 years ago when we had the sub-zero weather and all that, then it means that we might not have to submit a waiver because we got a cushion. Okay? So teachers instruct students for those 175 days. Socorro ISD provides 9 days of professional development and then those 3 work days, preparation days. And then dates that are part of the windows for the state-required student assessment, which would be the STAR battery and the TELPAS battery, are included in the calendars. They've got like red squares around them when you see those. Okay? And our designated holidays, okay? Labor Day, Veterans Day, which we just passed, so important. Okay? Also, all of these are important. Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. Day, Good Friday, and Memorial Day. And then, of course, Thanksgiving break is for 1 weekend. There's not one person in this room that doesn't know that at this moment. And winter break is 2 weeks to include New Year's Day. And, of course, we have our customary intercession break periods in October, March, and June and July. And we make sure that we select our fall and spring campus open house, and those are indicated in the calendars. And to go to that point, we always make sure that they are not on regular board meeting nights. Okay? We always make sure that we have elementary and then pre-K-8 and then middle school, high school. We have separate days because we have families that have children that have multiple grade spans. I've got 1 kid. My neighbors have got 3. The people down the street have 4. So we got to make sure that we take that into mind. Okay? In the COVID-19 dark times, a lot of school districts transitioned from a traditional calendar to the year-round calendar. And the reason why was because they were floating the intercessions and things like that, because they were wondering, as a person that I personally had enjoyed working with for several years, was trying to see if was COVID behaving, was it not? Okay, was it going up? Was it getting better, worse? So they were experimented with that, and they ended up adopting a lot of year-round calendars. And so we were on these calls in those days a lot with the TEA because of everything changing daily. And Commissioner Morath highlighted our year-round calendar specifically and referred to it as a model for other school districts to adopt as a pandemic response. And it's interesting because that was nothing new to us. There's been a year-round calendar in Socorro ISD for over 30 years, and it's been recognized on a state and national level on several occasions. And we continue to use it as our framework and structure to provide the best educational experience to the children of our community. It's been proven to work, and just like what Mission Early College always says, when it comes to year-round, we were the first and we are the best. Okay, so with those that being put together, we've constructed these, and we've gone out and we've gotten the feedback that we've needed to and whatnot, and provided opportunities for that before we've brought this to you tonight. So if I gain your approval, then the word draft will come off of these, and we'll get that up on the website tomorrow at 8 a.m. sharp if you all motion to do so.
Questions for Dr. Starkey?
Motion to approve.
I second.
I have a motion to approve made by Mrs. Nájera, second by Ms. Macias. Any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye. Aye.
Opposed? The item passes. Thank you, Dr. Starkey.
Thank you all. I'm still upset to this day that I went to school in a district that didn't have year-round. Sure appreciate y'all.
All right, moving on to 10B. Consider approval of audit report for fiscal year 2022 to 2023. Ms. Perez.
Yes, sir. Good evening again, President Nájera, members of the board, and Dr. Carmen. My name is Vicki Perez, Chief Financial Officer. And so, spoiler alert, we had a great audit. So, it was completely clean. It was, we had 0 findings. We do have some information to present to you. So at this time, I'd like to invite Craig Gibson of Gibson, Ruddock and Patterson and introduce partner Vanessa Alarcon and lead auditor Sanja Sanchez.
Appreciate your patience,
Thank
Mr. Gibson.
Oh, you bet. Like Vicki said, the audit went very well this year. We had there was a new government pronouncement. We refer to it as GASB 96. It deals with how subscriptions are presented in the financial statement. You may recall last year we had a new requirement that dealt with leases, how that information is folded into the financial statement. These 2 items were huge, and every government entity had to implement these. Some did a less desirable job than others. I have to say Socorro did a very good job in their background. You had to accumulate all this information and doing all the calculations. So we were very pleased with how that went. This first graph, and my voice is about wasted, so I'm going to ask Vanessa to jump in here in a minute. But this first graph is a comparison of the district-wide revenue. The blue section there at the bottom, that's our state revenue. And you can see from the prior year it went down about 11,000 million. 9 million of that reduction relates to EDA and IFA funding, okay, so our debt funding. In the yellow box is the federal revenue, and you can see a significant jump there. That's ESSER. And this is a blessing, but we don't want it to be a curse, because when that money's gone, it's not here forever. We're already talking about moving some of those positions to general fund. We're going to have to get the funding for that. The red section there on the top is our local money, and significant increase there. About 19 million of that increase relates to property tax, which relates to increases in values, and 9 million is an increase in our interest income, thanks to the increased interest rates. This is the same information in a percentage format, which sometimes it's more meaningful. This time, not necessarily. We can see the state funding continue to go down. Federal continue to go up, as well as the local. Vanessa, why don't you jump in on the expenditures?
All right. So this is the expenditures in the general fund, and overall there was an increase of 37 million, and the bulk of that increase is related to payroll. So you've got about 26.6 million related to payroll. That is part of the raises that were given across the board, between 4% to 6%, depending on the position. Also, a retention stipend was increased by $500, and the minimum wage was also doubled. The starting minimum wage from $7.25 to $15. And then also, related to payroll, there was a new campus that was opened at the district. And so all those changes to payroll affect pretty much across the board all your functions. So starting with instruction, the largest expenditure, again, it's just payroll. And the majority of these, we're going to see that it's a payroll increase. In the gold, instructional and school leadership, functions 21 and 23. Mostly that's related to function 23 with your new campus, Ben Narbeth. Then you've got student support in red, and again, that's payroll, an increase of $2 million there. In admin and intergovernmental, that's the light red or pink salmon color. There you've got an increase of payroll of $1.3 million. You've got an increase in your legal expenses of $1 million, and then some other miscellaneous increases there. And then in the last portion there in green, facilities, security, and data processing, those are your functions 51, 52, and 53. We've got a $6 million increase in payroll, plus a $3 million increase in capital outlay, which the majority of that was the phone system, equipment, vehicles, and servers. Let's see. Then the next graph we have is a breakdown of the expenditures in a dollar format. And so this shows that the majority goes to instruction. And in the next graph, we've got last year's dollar bill. And so there was a shift between instruction and then in the green, facilities, security, and data processing. The instruction went down from 65 cents down to 63, and then it switched over to facilities, security, and data processing. And again, part of that is increasing that minimum wage. There's a lot of payroll, and that has a direct impact to those functions. The next graph has to do with the general fund per pupil and expenditures and state revenue. So what we do in the red line is we take the state revenues and we divide that by the refined ADA. And then we also do the same with the total expenditures in the general fund. So below the line, all of that is being funded by the state. So that's covered by the state. And then above the line, that's what the district has to cover with local funds, with federal sources, or even sometimes with fund balance.
So this is the comparison of our fund balance, which has already been referred to. And you can see here the decrease in the fund balance, which relates directly to there's a certain amount of revenue and a certain amount of expenditures, and the revenue did not cover all the expenditures. So we had this decrease. Now the numbers across the bottom is just a simple calculation. We do this for comparison purposes, where we take the amount of unassigned fund balance and we divide it by the expenditure per day. So the expenditure per day is we take total expenditures divided by 365 days. Now, the expenditure per day can be impacted by certain items. This year, of course, payroll was a big thing. But if we were to fund a large construction project internally, not through a bond, that could have a big impact as well. So there are other things that can impact that, but you can see we're down to 56 days here. Is that what you have? Yeah. And so your internal policy is to have 75 days there. Now, the GFOA, that's the Government Financial Officers Association, that's who has awarded you the Certificate of Excellence for your financial statement for the past several years. Their recommendation is that that number should be close to 90. Okay, so we're a little below the recommendation, and I have to tell you, I was very impressed with Vicky's presentation about a workshop dealing with the fund balance. I got to tell you, she's right on the ball for that. This is just a comparison of the ADA, and we, again, a very positive sign. We had declined, and you know, the COVID years just messed up so much stuff. But it is nice to see this year that we're back on track for that increase that we enjoyed for so many years in a row. This is a comparison of the workers' comp fund. The blue bar represents the revenue, the gold bar represents the expense, and the red line is the equity or net position. Now, this, you can see we operated in a loss the last 2 years, but that was intentional because so much equity had been built up in this fund. So this is right on target with the intention. Now, Vanessa, why don't you go ahead?
The last graph we have here is for the healthcare fund. And this one, similarly to the prior graph, we've got the revenue and expense, but what's a little bit different is the transfer in. And that's also another explanation for the decline in your fund balance. The last several years, there's been a large transfer out of the general fund balance into the health care fund in order to try to keep health premiums the same, try to keep the same kind of coverage. And so you'll see that it's still operating at a loss. The net position is very down below. And so there's another transfer that's going to be expected in this upcoming, in the current fiscal year that you're in. And so that can deplete the fund balance much quicker since those transfers are large. So that's just another area that we want to bring to the board's attention and to keep that in mind with the future budget planning.
It was brought to our attention that this year there was a change in the plan year so that the deductible, which we normally have a deductible every 12 months that we have to fund personally, and then the insurance kicks in, that plan year was basically extended. So the insurance fund basically took the brunt of the medical expenses where normally we would have had the deductible, which would have been a personal expense. We looked at that and we tried to come up with a way to put it in the graph, and it was just too messed up. But next year, we will be able to see the impact of that. So that's all we had. Well, there was the management letter that was provided to you. And boards in the past have told us we want to know everything. We don't care how small. And so you will, if you look at that, you'll notice the comments we have. Some are very immaterial, some are insignificant, but you know, that was our instruction in the past, so that's why we include all of those small items. But it's similar type of items we see in other districts. It's certainly not an issue with internal control. Y'all have a good system here. You have an excellent finance department, and so we're very pleased in working with them when we request information that's provided very quickly and timely. So anyway, turn it back over.
If I may add, President Nahara, just a couple of notes. It would be remiss if I did not at least acknowledge our staff. Our directors in our finance department are absolutely amazing. Our staff alone, they have the best conscience. So they always want to do what's right, not just for the district, but for our students. So I do want to give them some kudos on that. And then lastly, on just a note, the agenda item itself says that there is a cost associated with approving today's agenda item. That is just a reminder of what was previously approved already when we engaged with Gibson. Other than that, do you have any questions for any of us?
Ms. Macias?
Yes, for the 2023 audit year, what months or what is that timeline for 2023?
That would be July 1st, 2022 through June 30th, 2023.
So therefore, the anything that we approve this year is not included within this audit, is that correct?
That's correct. Anything from July 1st, 2023 and on is not included in this audit.
And then just for clarification, I see the biggest percentage increase on the administrative and intergovernmental, which is about 32% increase. I know that you mentioned some of it was legal. What were the other pieces for that increase?
That would be associated with some of the payroll and the legal part of it. And did you have something else?
There was about 600,000 in travel and election cost, and then there was about, I think, like 268,000 related to contracted services for, technology equipment.
Technology equipment in administrative? Okay. And then the other largest increase by percent, which was 17.6%, was facility security data and processing. I know you mentioned that big expenditure was a phone system. What were the other items that were in there?
There were also vehicles, equipment, and servers.
So servers, also technology.
Yes.
Okay.
Well, yes, a lot. That was the 3 million in the capital outlay, and then there's 6 million increase in payroll.
Thank you. Those are my questions.
Any other questions?
Yes. Ms. Perez, can you get us a breakdown of what the lady just indicated, what Ms. Macias was asking?
Yes,
In
sir.
a more detailed, refined for Friday, please?
Yes, sir, absolutely.
Thank you. And then, what would our fund balance have to look if we follow that recommendation of 90 days? What would that amount have to be?
We'll get you that number because there's, quite honestly, we'd have to look at what 60 days looks like, 75, because that's our policy, and then the 90 days, which is the GFOA. So there are different levels of requirements. So we'll get those numbers to you, sir.
I think she might be able to work it. It looks like she's working at it.
I won't be able to work the exact. I was gonna look at your last year's.
Sorry, Ms. Alarcon.
If you want to look at your 2022 and see what the fund balance was there, because there you were above 75 days. But also what Mr. Gibson mentioned, it depends if you're funding construction projects out of your general fund, because that will impact those days of operation expenditures in general fund. So.
Okay.
So in 2022 is 96.6 million. But you had a total of 116 in total fund balance. Yeah, this year you had a loss in the general fund of almost $20 million.
Okay. Ms. Perez, what is the expected fund balance use that we're gonna have to use for the upcoming year for the healthcare fund?
We haven't calculated that yet. I don't have a number. We usually calculate that towards January, February.
Okay,
But
so
we can get that for you, sir.
You'll be providing that here in the next couple months? Okay.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, sir.
Yes. The numbers for the fund balance falling below the 56 days was for last fiscal year, July 2022 to June, 2023, is that correct? When did we fall below the 75-day threshold?
It's an aggregate, if I'm not mistaken. It's just an aggregate of the entire year, summing up the final expenditures and final anticipated revenues for that fiscal year, then that's when we start. We don't usually calculate that throughout the year. Yes, year end. So
And
it's.
so
it's
if I were
not
to
a-
ask you, right now, well, at the end of last fiscal year, we were at 50, where is it?
56.
We fell below the 56-day, we're at the 56-day marker, right?
Correct.
Where are we at now?
We wouldn't be able to do that because it's only measured at the end of the fiscal
Are we
year.
operating, is our cost exceeding our revenues at this time?
We approved a budget where the cost did exceed our revenue.
So we're losing money right now.
That was what was approved.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm asking, yes. We are losing money daily.
I wouldn't be able to say that like.
Well, I mean, we're below the 56-day.
I can say that we approved a budget that had more expenditures than revenues.
And we're below the 56-day threshold.
Correct.
That's what I asked.
Yes, sir.
But you can't tell me how far down.
No, not.
Okay.
Not with a fair number, and I don't have that number.
Can that number be obtained anywhere?
It's only measured at the end of the year.
So we can be surprised and,
Yeah, I can give you a relative of what we've spent based off the budget on the expenditures, but we can definitely get you information on where we are with the budget as of right now.
yeah, if you're gonna have a workshop and you're gonna tell us we need to start creating revenue, we need to know where we're at before we start just.
The year-end financial statements includes a number of year-end adjustments that are required, and your day-to-day operation that's not a normal part of that. So any calculation you do is not going to be exactly comparable to these numbers. So, but, you know, if you did it on a monthly basis, you could at least compare 1 month to the next month. You could do that, but that's not going to give you a clear picture of what the year end will look like.
But to understand, we are operating at a deficit. We are below the 56-day, below 56 days now, and it's not going to get better. So there's an urgency for this special board meetings coming up in January.
I'm sorry, what special board meeting?
What didn't you say? Or workshops, I'm sorry, yes.
Yes, that is why I requested that we have a workshop so that we can have a better understanding of where we are, where we've been, and where we need to be, and how to get there.
But then
So
we'll
it
need
is a
these-
long conversation.
I'm sorry, then we'll need these numbers to show us this is what we're bleeding out.
Right.
And what we need to stop. So we'll have to get something to present to us to say, okay, we need to stop it here and turn things around.
Which is what was being presented today, sir. So what will accompany the information in January would be a lot more information as, you know, historical information and what it is and what we can do in the future, because you're absolutely right. The information is already there. We are already at 56 days. So what can we do from here moving forward to make it better? So that would be the information that's presented in January and worked on throughout the year, at least in a couple of board workshops.
We will need as much detail as possible,
definitely.
just like Mr. Barrera said, especially on this, so we can understand it, how bad we're bleeding out.
I completely agree with you, sir.
Okay? Thank you. No further questions. Any other questions?
Yes, sir. Can you clarify, I believe, under the status of prior year comments, number 7? Be the second to last page.
So yes, so for number 7 in the prior year, we had, so there's certain controls in the uniform grant guidance, and then also TEA has some where there has to be certain procedures and policies, and so there's this grant manual, and based on the criteria, there was certain criteria that wasn't in writing in the grant manual, but since then, the manual has been updated to include that criteria.
Okay, because last year it indicated that we didn't spend the minimum 10%.
Oh, I'm sorry, is it for the current year? Let me look.
The state allotment compliance,
I'm sorry, I was
number
looking at
7.
prior.
Uh-huh.
Yes.
I apologize. Let's see. Okay. So yes, for this year, you all still need to spend that money on professional development under that.
But last year, we didn't spend the 10%, correct?
So when you are at a certain level for bilingual, you are mandated by the state to spend 10% of the allotment that the state gives you. And they did not have that, they as in our finance team, we did not have that specifically delineated in a line item, so it was not fully used, and I think we were off by a couple of $1,000s. But we've already moved forward towards identifying exactly how much we need to spend and ensuring that that is spent before the end of the year.
Can you provide that information also on the Friday packet to make sure that we're fixing it compared to where we were? Because it says, obviously, we're out of compliance last year. That's
Correct.
what-
Yes, I can get that information for you, sir.
Thank you.
Any other questions?
Motion to approve?
Second.
I have a motion made by Mrs. Nahida, a second by Mr. Guerra. Any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? The item passes. Thank you all. Okay, moving on to executive session. The meeting is to be closed for discussion with legal counsel regarding A. Velasquez v. Socorro ISD, including outcome and mediation matters related to the settlement, to receive intrusion detection audit report findings, to discuss personnel and real estate matters, to consider administrative recommendation for Director of Special Education Compliance under Texas Government Code Sections 551.076, 551.071, 551.072, and 551.074.
Mr. Nahara, before we go, I know that we had our special board meeting last week, and it was understood that there was going to be discussion and possible action regarding A. Velasquez. It only says discussion, there's no action on there. If I'm correct, did you request it, Mr. Castellano?
Yes, I had talked to Claudia. Actually, he texted her. Yes.
Because that matter's been resolved. I will update you about that in closed session.
It was regarding the items that were identified in the lawsuit regarding possible criminal activity.
That's a separate issue.
That's why I put action on this.
There's not a way, I can explain it when we get back in closed session to make it clear. Without knowing what that might be that y'all want, is not possible to post that. Let's discuss it in closed session, and I think you'll understand. Okay.
Okay, so going to executive session. The date is November 15th. The time is 8:46. Okay, we're back from executive session. It remains November 15th. The time is 9:59, and we still have a quorum. Continuing with our agenda of new business, consider approval of administrative recommendations. Director of Special Education Compliance, Dr. Carmen.
Yes, sir. President Nahara, members of the board, administration recommends Melissa Olivares to assume the role and responsibilities as the new Director of Special Education Compliance.
To approve.
Second.
A motion to approve made by Mr. Guerra, seconded by Ms. Gardea. Any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
Aye.
Aye. I just want to state why I oppose. Ms. Olivares, congratulations. I know you're going to do a fantastic job. I'm not in agreement with the position itself. This just be something standard that we know how to operate and be in compliance, period.
Yeah, every person should be their own compliance officer. We don't need to be hiring more positions.
Okay, there being no further business before this board, we are adjourned. It is November 15th, and the time is 10:01.